Hopefully this one works out better. Chains and Whips, Clips and Kendrick Lamar. Is that a good song? I know 6 in the Morning, Ice-T. I know it's tricky, Run DMC. I don't know Chains and Whips. You see that? I can tell already. That's a double entendre, yeah? It's a double entendre. Chains and Whips. Let's get the live stream. Let's get the stream up on the laptop. Let's do that. I can't hear myself. Chains and Whips, Clips and Kendrick. No, I can now. Hit the like button. Is the only thing you want to hear about is boxing, then it'll be boxing. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to talk about nothing else, then neither do I. It's all good. You want to hear about boxing, then don't bother me a bit. Wow. The price of a pint of Guinness or beer in London crosses the £10 barrier for the first time. You know something, right? I went in the local earlier this year. I met my friend there. I got myself a draft Guinness and a packet of crisps. And I think I got about a pound and some shrapnel. I got about a pound and some shrapnel back in my hand. You know what I'm saying? Couple of shekels. One draft Guinness and a packet of crisps. But they're saying in the high-end bars, and this weren't no high-end bar. This wasn't no high-end bar. Basically in the ends. They're saying they're charging £10 or more for a draft Guinness or bottled beer. Stanley's Rooftop Bar in Mayfair is one of many establishments that has hiked the cost of its beer. And that's another con, yeah? Why is it when you got West End and Mayfair, the prices increase for things? Why is that exactly? Like what? Is the air quality better? What happens that they have to charge more than when they're in a less pricey area? You know what I mean? Nah, it can never be over for me, Omar. I mean, Muhammad. It can never be over for me. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about that. It can never be over for me. Many have tried. Many have tried. But I'm still there. That should tell you something, Muhammad. That should tell you a lot. Yeah? Don't underestimate man and man. Yeah? Don't underestimate man and man. What's up, Charlene? The Connaught Grill in Mayfair is charging $12.50 for a free 30 milliliter bottle of Nam Lager or Curious IPA. I don't drink that much anyway. I was going to get a Guinness today, but I'm going to go get one tomorrow. I'll get a draft. Not a draft. I'm going to get some Nigerian Guinness. I'll get a nice big bottle of Nigerian Guinness and deal with that tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? That was just my thing. Then I probably won't drink for months after that. London is one of the most expensive places in the country to buy a pint. Why do the prices go up in the city to buy stuff like food? Like if there's like a shopping chain, or let's say a chain like even Greg's, right? It would be twice the price in places like Mayfair and Piccadilly than it is in Brent, in Haringey, Hackney. Why is that? See, they're going to tell you that them places are more in demand for people to open business opportunities or to live. But they're all dumps. It's all dumps up there. It's a load of crap. Right. Charlene is a former holiday rep that doesn't drink anymore. Ah. Well, it got a bit out of control, yeah? Did it get a little out of control? Or it just wasn't agreeing with your soul or your physical? It's not good to drink too much anyway, Charlene. It's not good, to be honest. You see, I'm saying I'm going to buy a Guinness. I probably won't now. I'm getting so used. Like before, I'd only have maybe one Guinness a week as I got older. Now I'm not even having that. So I'm like, I'm going to buy it and I'm probably not going to drink it. Yeah, sometimes we grow up in it, Charlene. We just grow up out of things. Yeah. Got to be more functional, innit? Got to keep it functional day to day. Day to day consistency is more important than one day self gratification or one moment of self gratification, I say. Getting stimulated or buzzed, as we call it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me type it in. Why are city prices more expensive in shops. Why are they charging that much more rent? Why are the rents that expensive? That's what I put in. Why are the rents that? Because it's dumb. They're like there's no difference. I've worked delivering stuff in places up there, and a lot of them are rat infested and shit. It's all on everything's all on top of each other. So like all this like premium rent, it's load of it's such a con. Life is such a con. But what it is, right? You know, life is a con, but the trick is not to complain about it. The trick is the trick, which I'm not going to give away right now. I'm going to give away no free game. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to give away free game. The trick is the trick. Additionally, high football city centres often command higher prices due to consumer demand for convenience, lack of competition, and price flexing based on higher local incomes. Mohammed, he says, I'm at a point where I can see my addiction, the main reasons of my misery. Okay. Well, why don't you do something about it? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying fix it straight away, but fix it step by step. Look at it as a challenge. It should give you purpose, not misery. Purpose. Exchange misery for purpose. Yeah? It's called word replacement therapy. You know who invented that? Me. That's who. Word replacement therapy. Replace the misery with purpose. Day by day, step by step, brick by brick. Meticulous. Consistency. Persistence. Arm yourself with knowledge. Charlene, your mate was 6 months away from losing a kidney through drink. Wow, that's deep, you know. Why was she drinking that much? Like, because if she was due to losing a kidney, that means excessive drink. She must have been going through something. She's going through something. I hate being in the city sometimes, man. It's so pretentious sometimes, man. Last time I was up there, no, let me not say what happened. I mean, I nearly got into it with the traffic warden. You know what I mean? I've stopped him from pricing me up anyway. I stopped him. Nah, man. Yeah, addiction not a good thing. Not a good thing. Excess not a good thing, is it? It's not a good thing. But you know what I mean, we don't know. We don't know why people get caught up. We don't know. Everyone's got their own personal journey and their reasons. You know what I mean? and their explanations. Not excuses, I'll say explanations. Yeah, it's that culture, like you're saying there. When repping, you get a lot for free. Some people can't control themselves and say no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's something I never considered actually. So you can actually be sloshed while you're working. That's crazy, man. Ulix. Yeah, we beat Villa 2-0, so we have a chance to stay up. Yeah, yeah, man. We got to stay up. No dodgy scaffolding. We got to stay up. No erectile dysfunction. We got to stay up. We got to stay up. We got to stay up, bro. We got to stay up. 2-1. We won 2-1. We couldn't even keep. Well, we did. We kept the lead, but we had to scare us to death. But we got over the line. Someone got hit. I was once. I'm not sure if I comprehend the sentence, Charlie. I was once. Someone got hit by a moped accident. Was that due to inebriation? Yeah, no, that's the second. We won last year. We won last week, I should say. We did win last week against one of the minions. You know what I'm saying? Against a team that wasn't very good, but we got the win. So that's 2 wins this year. We move out of the bottom three. And West Ham are now in Stum. I think they lost 4-0 to Brentford. So we need to keep it going. You know what I mean? Like, basically, it's in our hands, isn't it? Like, once we're out, it's not like they have extra games over us. So if we can just keep winning more than they do, we stay up and they go down. That's never a bad thing. Better them than us. Better them than us. See, what is the con? The big con? Rents, housing prices, um, just daily living expenses is so bloody expensive in London. And they're going to tell you premium price. What for? What for? Is there less crime? Is there a better standard of living? What about the environment? Is the air fresher? Is it a more mentally sound environment for people to live in? What for? What word is that, Mohammed? Is that an actual word? It actually could be. I don't know. I'm trying to work it out, but I'm quite away from the computer. The old eyes ain't that good. I'll have a look at that word, what you got there. See if it's an actual word. And see if I can break it down. retailing. No, it's just trying to work out why London is such an exclusive city compared to the other cities in the UK. Because I've lived in other cities, like briefly, and the standard of living is no worse. Like it's actually better in a lot of places I've been. It's quieter. They look more green fields. Um, but let me tell you this, yeah, right? And I'm not saying it's a crap city. I'm not saying like, oh, I wish I was somewhere else, because like, you know what I mean. I'm not into all that. But London is vastly overrated, just like cities like New York, vastly. Mm-mm. Well, Essex ain't much better than London, Annie. You know what I'm saying? I have to work up there too. It's not much better. Essex is nice though. Certain parts of Essex is really nice. Essex is way more vast and has a um lot more caveats than people would understand. I used to deliver parcels up there, so I got to know it pretty well. You know, there's farmland up there and stuff, and there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. A lot of racism as well. You know what I'm saying? If I'm honest, just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like there was yeah, the farmland is like it's quite a shock when you find out. Wow, there's acres and acres of farmland here. Like what's going on? And people working and like you expect that you have to go miles and miles out to get landscapes like no, it's just round the corner in Essex. Yeah, it's there in Essex. I used to deliver. Yeah, yeah. And have the pot like it was the golf club. You know what I mean? True me, I dreadlock man and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I don't. I wouldn't put it down to me being black. I'll put it down to me be having dreadlocks, having locks, pomade down them thing down like. When I used to go in that golf club, I used to get a lot of issues. A lot of issues there. Yeah, that is true. The London I grew up is not the same one that exists today. It certainly isn't. It certainly isn't. In a way, is a bad man, says Hakeem. Everyone wants to live in London for the earning potential. That's why they charge through the nose for everything in London. They're developing all these quote unquote luxury flats. There's nothing luxury about them. Yeah, they're just some tarted up housing estates. That's all they are, right? They're tarted up housing estates that basically, in a few years' time, are going to be run down, and they won't turn into total ghettos. But they're not all that like you're pricing them up to be. They're just not. Anthony says Essex is far better than London. I don't know about that, Anthony. I don't know about that. Anthony said, yep, a lot of racism is here for sure, but I experienced a different brand of prejudice when I lived in East London, and I'd rather be here than there any day. Yeah. Copend, he says, Anthony, that farmland will be BEA. Okay. Anthony says, Essex suits me being a stush black male. Down here, I'm lord of the manor, or at least I pretend to be. Ain't it a bit expensive, Anthony? Like, fucking hell. It's a bit expensive up there, ain't it? Depends what part you're in, because I tell you what, yeah, like you're saying, it's stush. Like some of the yards up there compared to London, but flipping hell. And you know what it is, yeah? It's a strange place, Essex, man. Like some of the addresses, yeah, you can't go by numbers. You have to go by the names of the house and stuff like that. Coppin says that Anthony, that farmland will be built over in the next 10 years. Were you saying they're going to bulldoze it for flats? Yeah, they probably will. You know. Yeah, you watch Anthony. You stay up there in Essex, man. Them bulldozers are the green flipping pastures. I'm gonna make luxury flats everywhere. You wait. Only Russian oligarchs are living nice in London. Everyone else is on hand to mouth, especially for the 9 to 5ers. Yeah, basically. I was telling a story the other day. Like, I saw my neighbors, and they're aging now, so they're around retirement age, well into retirement age by now, and they were working people. They were, you know what I mean? And I see them at the food bank, which is nothing wrong with that, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Food bank is the food bank. So I mean, like, you've got to eat. So you can't be stush when you need sustenance. You know what I'm saying? You got to do what you got to do. But these people are using the food bank because obviously, you know, they've got to a certain point where it's a necessity for them. You know what I mean? Like whatever they're bringing in weekly or monthly, there's not enough to cover all costs. And the food banks are coming very, very popular now. You know what I'm saying? Like if you notice in the supermarkets, they leave a box where you can drop off shopping to contribute to the food bank. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yeah, in the golf club up there, like it happened to me a couple of. I wouldn't mind if it happened to me on a couple of occasions delivering parcels to the golf club. Like the guy wasn't even security, but you're stopping me at the gate, telling me you'll take the parcel from me. I said I don't know who you are. I'm instructed, and I followed the job to the T to drop the packaging off at the reception. I've been here before. I drop it off at the reception. And this is at the demand of the customer that I don't leave it with anyone, right? It's written. It's written because they're fussy up there. Like the people up Essex, a lot of them, they're not like a lot of people in London where they let stuff go. No, they want their stuff done properly. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm not leaving the parcel with him, he's taking offense, like as to say, you know what I mean, I have to do what he says. I don't work for you, my friend. I don't work for you. Yeah. Now kindly let me go through the gate to the reception. I'll get it signed off, and I can go about my way. You know what I mean? And then he's contesting that he has to take the parcel. So I phone into my workplace, and they phone the customer, and the customer comes and he's looking at the guy like, "What the fuck's the matter with you?" You know what I mean? And it was blatant. It's blatantly some racist crap. You know what I'm saying? Just embarrassing himself. He didn't want me to go into the club, into your esteemed golf club. Come on, man, get over here. See, it's a golf club. No one cares about no golf club, bro. Your golf club. Okay. For some reason, I thought rent would actually be more expensive over them sides there. For some reason, you know what I mean? All good. The Essex boys. Yeah, it's not bad. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing your thing up there, it's okay. It's a better place to raise children, I would say, at least certain parts of it. Like raising your kids in North London is just a lose, lose, lose. Just a lose. Like, man, I don't want to go into like some of the stuff I was just gonna bring up. I won't bring it up because I mean it's pretty garbage actually. So Canelo passed the torch inadvertently. He didn't even realize he passed that torch by turning up on Saturday, didn't he? He doesn't realize. Like he's not hot right now. Canelo's not hot. The only thing that's propping him up right now is Turkey. It's propping up Canelo. Canelo not value for money. Yeah? Canelo not value for money. People can fanboy for Canelo all they want. Canelo is not value for money. Yeah? That bastard let that Cuban take the blame for that inadequate performance he put up last year. And he was just as much to blame as William Skull was. He was just as much to blame for that farce of a fight. Right? Then he laid the egg against Terence Crawford. Laid a total egg. Right? And Turkey's still going to pay him mega bucks to fight him Billy. And he's coming off a loss and a crap performance against the Cuban. Then he had the nerve to turn up at David Benavidez' coming out party. Because like right now, he's the action guy. He's established himself in them last two performances. Yeah. I was watching him beat up out in the yard, man. See, when he gripped up Yard with one hand and punched him up with the left hook, that was crazy. I tell you what, right? You see that sequence of punches he threw there? They're the kind of sequences that damage you for life because Yard didn't respond. I look at that sequence, yeah. I don't want to go too deep into it, but Yard is finished. It's finished. He didn't respond. He just allowed himself to get hit. There's some mental trauma. There's some mental trauma going on there. If he's got enough in the bank, he might not box again, you know. And he lived in East London for over 10 years and couldn't wait to get out of that place. Well, East London, man. I'm not a fan of East London, man. I'm not a fan of East London. I'm not a fan. There's just certain things what happen to me up East London, you know. I don't know what it is, bro. I mean, see, but East London is kind of like, it's kind of like it borders on Essex as well, isn't it? Some of East London borders on Essex. Like the time I was up Newham, yeah? And then I get back to my car, there's no car. My car's gone. My car is gone. Somebody jacked my flipping car. I'm telling you, man. There's something about that area, man. Like, something about that area. Well, the other time I was like, where was I? Up Leighton. It was up Leighton, isn't it? Man stopped me on road. You hang with this guy, that guy, innit? This guy, that guy. Involving me in their street thing, you know what I mean? And I knew what they were talking about. I said, I ain't involved in it, bro. I ain't involved. Now I'm outnumbered, you know. I'm outnumbered. And I could see these men were looking for any excuse to flip in unalive me. Right there. Broad daylight. I said, boy, I mean, you know something, man. I'm not a fan of East London. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm all right in certain parts of Dalston, Stokey. I'm all right, but I mean, and even then, it's calmed down a lot. But when I was growing up, it's just too hood. It was too hood. It was too hood. Anthony said, yes, he agrees there is racism here, but it's everywhere in Britain. The stuff I experienced, like the tribal crap, exists in pockets of London today. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, I'm saying racism. They're just probably not, in certain parts of Essex, you know what I mean? They're not used to seeing, you see, they're not used to seeing certain people like that. It's very Anglo-Saxon, let's just say. Areas like where Frank Warren is, for instance, it's probably changed now. But I remember I was speaking to my boss, man. This is years back. He lived up where Frank lives, Hertfordshire, and he was just truthful. He was very truthful. I wouldn't class him as the R word, white man. He says basically we don't want a lot of ethnics mix up with. And see, the thing is, right? A lot of people take offense to that. I didn't take offense. I didn't take offense to it. I didn't take offense to it at all. You know what I mean? And I like listening to people's perspective. And you see, what people have to understand, yeah, he's talking to me as a grown man, and he's talking to me about something that he sees functions well without the inclusion. It functions well without the inclusion. And he said he doesn't mind. He said he preferred that, the housing and stuff like accommodates people, because our business was in Tottenham. He said he doesn't mind if the housing like puts them all the foreign people. But he just told his truth. He told his truth. He told his truth. I respect people who tell their truth and ain't false. He wasn't rude. He didn't use no N word. He didn't say, "Oh, you get him out of the country." He said, "No, everyone's got their purpose." He understands that. But yeah, where Frank Warren is, they don't want that diversity crap there because they don't think it works. Yeah, he might as well join the USGA. To be honest, Anthony, he spends a lot of time on the golf course, doesn't he? Coppin, is Benavides at heavyweight a genuine conversation? No, no, he's not. Cruiserweight is a totally different ball game. Coppin says Canelo's fights have been dull for over 8 years or more. Yeah, and like he wasn't competitive against Crawford, to be honest. Yeah, all he showed was a decent chin. He didn't do shit. Ulick said he turned up for Munguia and Eddie. I think he left after that. Anthony said he punked Yard in that sequence like he was being slapped. Yeah, he did. He did. That you see that Anthony. Yeah, that's like um for a better vernacular explanation, right? That is buck breaking. That was it was like I don't think boxers recover from that crap there like that. If you get manhandled like that, because he handled him. He handled him. I think, I'm not saying it's easy to get, but you see, if you get a good clap from a good right hand, like, there's nothing you can do, right? The nerve short circuit, you go out 10 seconds or whatever, or the referee jumps in. But getting manhandled, I remember re-watching that fight. I was like, flipping now. That's just madness, bro. He's just handling. You're getting handled. Mm-mm. You know that fight there? That fight should be passed to every British coach. To tell them you got to raise the bar. You have to raise the bar. We're behind. But then again, like Benavides is just like flipping now, man. Right now, he's on smoke. Ulick said Yard did not know what to do, in my opinion, and just moved to the ropes and got smashed by David. It was sad to see. It was pretty sad, Ulick's. It was demoralizing to watch it. It was demoralizing. He just didn't know what to do. His coach was basically impotent in assisting him out of his moment of terror. You know what I mean? We've got to be honest. One has to be honest. They didn't know what to do. Yeah, Ilford is Essex. Yeah. Well, it's Essex and East London. Like, is it Billericay and them places? It kind of borderlines on both as well. That's where George Little, British champion, isn't it? British boy, but it's just around the corner from West Ham, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Billy Ricky, the Billy Ricky bomber, isn't he? You know what I'm saying? Hakeem is saying Ilford is Essex, and it's not proper East London. Coppin, he's always considered East London and Essex kind of the same thing, to be honest. It is kind of, it is. Because there was a stage, like a lot of them bordering areas was just East London. It wasn't Essex. And then they've kind of, blurred the lines geographically. Oh, he was mostly in Redbridge, Newham. Yeah, fucking teeth, man. I was so pissed, man. Teeth, McKay, man. God, gone, you know. I was just so. I was enraged. I was totally enraged. Oh no, forget Waltham Forest in them areas. I mean, no, not good for me. And Bow, area like Bow, no. Don't like it. I mean, even where the York Hall and around them places, I don't know, man. You know what it is as well. It's after I got my car jacked. I think that just made me just fuck around here, man. Please spare me. Hakeem, he was in Bow, Mile Popular, but he's a northerner. A northerner. Roby won. He said, "Yeah, big up Stokey." I'm tell you this now, man. You're a bit younger than me. I'm gonna assume you're a bit younger than me. I mean, Stokey's nice now, but around 81, 82, if you're an outsider, you probably won't walk around there. If you're an outsider, you probably won't, especially like when it gets dark. You probably won't walk around there. Just keeping it real. Just keeping it a buck. Just keeping it a buck. Coppin 09 says Connor versus Connor would be a good domestic level scrap. Yeah, but they couldn't pay Conor Ben the type of money for that fight. It just doesn't generate, you know what I mean, the purse structure that would accommodate the young Ben. Mm-mm. It's a nice thought to talk about that fight, but it's just not going to happen, is it? I mean, Conor Walker is great entertainment, though. And he had a crazy black man chase me one day in Leighton because he kept looking at me as if he wanted to rob me. Yeah, that's East London. Remember Amir Khan got jacked? Yeah. Yeah, these areas, it's not just East London, man. See, because I'm used to where I grew up, a lot of people, when they hear where I grew up, they say, no, I'm not going around. I mean, especially after the insurrections of '85. Nobody wanted to go around there in 17, in 15. They want no parts of that. Yeah, he did, Mr. Barber. He did. Conor definitely came with the Jake LaMotta shit. Who did he do that against? Was it Laurent Dorthil? He was way behind on the scorecards, wasn't he? And then he battered the crap out of him. I mean, I believe in the last stanza. Let me go look it up. Battered the crap out of him. Let's see there. What's the spelling like? What's the spelling like at this time of night? Jake LaMotta versus Laurent. Yes, Laurent Dorthil. Yeah. Dorthil was ahead on all three scorecards until LaMotta's KO with just 13 seconds left. Wow. That'd be a good video, wouldn't it? Cover some of them fights where the deficit is wiped out in the last round. Remember Meldrick Taylor versus Chavez Sr.? Meldrick just had to survive the last round. Then he got caught with that right hand. And Richard Steele stopped it with how many seconds left? Probably less than 13. Wow. Let's have a look at the sequence that Jake threw. I haven't seen it for a little while. I used to collect these blue VHS tapes from W.H. Smith. And you had the greatest heavyweights of all time, greatest heavyweight fights, and the great middleweight fights of all time. They had a great sequence. Yeah, I remember him leaning back on the rope like that. He was a bit of an oddball, Jake LaMotta. Like, what is he doing? Is this kidology? Is he acting? Or is he genuinely trying to lure his opponent in? I believe he's trying to lure him in. Yeah, he's trying to lure him in. He's crazy. He's a crazy man, you know. Okay, they're fighting inside right now. To be honest, Dorthil doing more than what he needs to do. Now Jake's opening up. He's got him cornered. Firing with both hands, lefts, rights to the stomach, then comes up to the head. Dorthil is trying to ride the shots, trying to roll the punches. He's not tying up. It wasn't the done thing them days. And he's getting punch after punch. He's defenseless now. Trapped in the corner. And down he goes from a left hook. The referee takes up the count from the timekeeper. Dorothiel attempts to struggle to his feet, and he's counted out in the act of rising. One of the classics, that one. What other fights can I think of where someone wiped out the deficit? Doesn't have to be in a loss. You got Jake LaMotta. Let me write them down in case I do a video. So we've got Jake Mildred Taylor. These are good video ideas. Mildred Taylor. And then Jake LaMotta. That's all right. I've got to start. I've got 2 fights, so I mean, my list is just starting. I'll compile some more. I'm trying to think. Who's wiped out? I like Mike Tyson's one, although like it wasn't at desperate stakes, but he was behind on the scorecards against Francois Botha. Who remembers that one? Francois Botha, the South African, was outboxing Mike Tyson, and then he got caught with that huge, humongous right hand. Remember, Mike tried to break his arm in the clinch. I'm trying to think now. Oh! Got another one. This is going to be a good video, actually. I'm going to ask you guys for, I'm going to need your cooperation in a minute. You've got John Tate versus Mike Weaver when he lost his belt. That was in the last round. He was outboxing Mike. John Tate versus Mike Weaver. That's another one. That's a great one. This will be a good video. I just need 5. 5 of them makes a good video. I'm not going to do it yet. That's a good 3. I like them 3, though. I like them 3. You've got Joe Louis against Billy Conn. Doesn't have to be last round. Let me just put that in. Joe Louis versus Billy Conn is a very good one. Joe Louis versus Billy Conn. Ulick says nobody likes change. Yeah. We are creatures of familiarity, whether we like it or not. We try and see ourselves as progressives, but we are creatures of familiarity. It is what it is. If you put stuff like prejudice, racism in the context of just understanding, a lot of it is down just to being creatures of familiarity who just want to see something that doesn't alarm us because I mean it doesn't challenge us. It doesn't challenge us. Where is Anthony Joshua's Irish grandma? Why would you ask me that? You're not that guy, are you? Are you that guy? Are you acting Are you pretending are you going to try and... That guy's an idiot. It's not just because, I mean, he's just an idiot, that guy. So I don't really bring up them people because they can't advance my evening in no way. You know what I mean? Copper, and even Ben versus Eggington would be a good scrap. But yeah, but who would pay for it? That's the thing. Who would pay the purses? Mr. Barber, Canelo can't pull the trigger. He's shot to bits now. Anthony said emasculated at beats. Yes. Yes. He didn't respond, Anthony. Like, Yard, it wasn't like the Beterbiev fight where he acquitted himself well in certain spots. He had his moments. He finished gallantly as a loser. Against Benavidez, he was stripped of his machismo. David Benavidez ripped his stripes off his shoulders and left him rankless, basically. It's going to be hard for Yard to take the Ben Whittaker fight, knowing that Eddie will be drafting him in to hopefully be a stepping stone on Ben Whittaker's hopeful ascension up the light heavyweight ranks. Benavidez himself, he was manhandled as well. He quit, which is not a trait the Mexican fan base gravitate to. He quit. No mas. Wanted no more. He actually considered quitting in the fourth, but he carried on. Turned his back, literally, on the action, didn't he? Voluntarily retreating to the canvas. And the sixth, he had enough. He didn't want to continue. Andy made me laugh at that. Yeah, we have a lot of people like that in London. All mouth, posing, but no substance. Yeah, we have a lot of people like that. We do have a lot of people like that in London. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie. That's why a lot of people don't like Londoners, and it's the reason in America a lot of people don't like New Yorkers. They think we're mouthy so and so's. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Mr. Barber, Yard didn't have the amateur or professional schooling to deal with a fighter of that caliber. His trainer is SHIT. Mm-mm. Coppin, I think Guillermo Rigondeaux will be fighting the other Cuban, the featherweight champion, Gamboa. I don't think no one's interested. You know what I mean? Anthony says Billericay is Essex. Yeah, it's very near West Ham, though. Very near West Ham. And West Ham is not Essex, is it? Okay. West Ham Football Club have their academy in Ilford. That makes sense. Mr. Barber says F Essex is a shite hole. It's not all of it isn't It definitely isn't. Some of it is very affluent, actually. Some of it is very, very affluent. I don't think Annie had a good place. Had a good time at Waffle Forest. Yeah. How long ago were we talking about what, Hakeem? You'd have to be specific because sometimes I don't know what part of the conversation you're talking about. Market, what's good? Oh, Row B, you was in Stokey in '82. Okay, yeah, Sandringham, yeah, Sandringham. You know what I mean? I mean, say no more on Sandringham, yeah. Bloody hell. Anthony says Hackney in the early '80s was a bleak place, dark and dingy at night. Yeah, yeah, it was. It was. And like, if you were stranded for whatever reason, you got caught slipping, your time will be up, right? I mean, your time will be up. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. Roby, yes, it's gentrified now. It's a lot nicer now, as you say. You know what I mean? A lot more gentrified. They've probably got some of the luxury flats up there too. I mean, I don't doubt it. Man. Sandringham Road, boy. Flipping now. Never seen the likes of it. Hakeem, he says, I'm not having it, Beats. Laughing out loud. Tottenham is the most hood place I've seen in London. See, the thing is, when you grow up there, it's just like home. But yeah, 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 yeah. Tottenham is just like flipping now. Mm-mm. Big up Tottenham. Nah, he got jacked. No, well, he's got jacked a couple of times, Coppin. Yeah, he had the Birmingham thing, but he got jacked in East London, man. Leighton, him and his girl, they took the expensive watch off him. Coppin said, when I hear the word stanza, I think of Ronald McIntosh, as he loves saying that word on commentaries. I like Ronald McIntosh as a commentator, though. I think he's pretty good. Foreman versus Moore is a good one, Anthony. Let me put that down. Foreman versus Moore is a good one. Ali's got one, actually. What would Ali's one be? Who was he behind against? He was down on the scorecards against Ron Lyle. I put it on the short list anyway. Go on the short list. Ali versus Lyle. Leonard was behind on the scorecards against Tommy Hearns, wasn't he? I put that on the short list. Leonard versus Hearns. Yeah, that's a good one, man. Oh, that's a good one, Roby. Yeah. Woody versus Hooney is a very good one. Forgot about that one. That's a very good one. Lee Wood. Which one we're talking about? Against the Irish kid? Conlon? He was behind against Conlon. He was behind against Josh Warrington as well. Botha also found Shannon Briggs. Fought Shannon Briggs. Briggs said he punched hard. Remember, Michael Morrow gave Botha a good beating, didn't he? Give him a really good beating. Sustained beating. Yeah, Eubank versus Watson is the one in it, Andy. I mean that's like that's not shortlist. That's definitely video material. Yeah, Eubank versus Watson is the one in it. That's a boy. That's what that one, man. I'll never forget that fight, man. Never forget that fight. Froch versus Taylor is very good. Yeah, and Froch versus Groves. Froch got a couple in a minute. Froch versus Groves and Taylor. It's got a couple. Big up Ulix. And he says, well, change has to be for the good and not the worse. The change that I see in London for the long term, worse. Yeah. London's got its fair shares, you know what I mean? When you're talking issues. Right now, we've got the anti-Semitism row. A lot of the Jewish community saying they're being forced to leave the country. A lot going on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Harold Graham versus Julian Jackson. Yeah, that's a good one. Britain as a country seems to be on its way out. I hear they're talking about rejoining the EU to perhaps get some financial stability and a sense of belonging. I think they're realizing that the likes of Trump are psychopaths. You know what I'm saying? Like it's okay to have an alliance, but relying on him as your sole alliance amongst the westernized regions, probably not the way to go. Probably not the way to go. I mean, I don't know where he gets the time and money, Joshua. I'm not sure what that. Ben versus McLennan? No, Ben. I don't think Ben was behind on the scorecards when it ended. Could have been. The German boxing scene seems to be completely dead now compared to the 90s and 2000s. No fighters or fight cards in Germany. They had a decent scene in the 80s as well, as far as I remember. Probably even before. They had a little revival with the Caballero not too long ago. But it looks like Turkey wants to give Caballero the next shot at Usyk, if Usyk agrees. Roby won. You're not sure Whittaker beats Yard? Well, what do you think Yard could do to Whittaker? I don't think he'd get near him. I think like if Whittaker starts hitting him and banging him up in his face right now at this stage, think Whitaker would bang him up pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think Yard has the boxing skill to compete with Whitaker. Whitaker's amateur pedigree, and plus he's a maturing fighter, would put him at a huge advantage over Yard at this stage. He's got height and reach advantages as well. He's faster. I think at this stage, Yard would be a scalp, a sit-in target, stepping stone somewhat. You think he's a gatekeeper now, Anthony? Anthony thinks he's just a gatekeeper now. Was Ben behind on the scorecards? He could have been. And he had a wry smile on his face. Yeah. Yeah, well, Brixton could still creep up on you. It could still creep up on you. But yeah, it's not as G as it used to be. You know what I mean? It's not as G as it used to be. And that's a good thing. Anthony said, if Essex ever becomes diverse like parts of London, the next step for me is to leave the damn country. It's an awkward topic for me, Anthony, because I know what's coming with some of my views, and I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a difficult one. 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 Like yeah, it's a difficult one. Where would you go, Annie? Would you go back to Jamaica? Is that what you're thinking? Does diversity work, or like should people from different ethnicities with different traditions and religious faith should they be separated? And I'm not meaning it in a diverse way. So anyone get too excited? We don't go too far. We won't challenge it too much. You know what I'm saying? Does it work though? Because there are certain members of the community of brown persuasion who say they're not getting a fair trot, and there's other people who will say, "Yo, you need to go. Then you should go. You're not assimilating into English culture." Um, if I was honest, yeah, with the Jewish community, um, I don't think they've had it as hard as other communities in here. If I was be honest, but obviously, if people are trying to unalive them on the roads, it's something we have to take seriously. Yeah, they need the EU. We wasn't equipped to leave the EU when we did, and it was a lot of xenophobia that drove that decision, and people won't admit it. But England just doesn't produce enough. Yeah, yeah, I know where you're coming from, Anthony. On it, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, we made a bad decision, Anthony, leaving the EU. Bad decision. Dr. Woodok says Yard has taken too much damage. Hmm. The Benavides fight, just bad look for him, man. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. See, the thing is, man, I couldn't say that. I mean, because I'm British. I mean, like my parents are Caribbean, so going to Jamaica might not be an option for me, man. I'll be honest with you. That's where you can't. You were born there. So when people say go back where? I'm a Londoner, mate. Culturalism hasn't worked, says Dr. Wu, and he says it's dead. Coppen says walking around London, hard to believe it's still the UK. Most of the people do not speak English in a lot of areas. That's very true. That's very true. You got to wonder about the demographics and the changes in demographics. All of a sudden, you walk the streets of London, there's people who can't speak a word of English, just begging for money, and they're everywhere. And you're thinking, well, if you've come out of poverty where you are, and you're here begging for money, well, what is it? What's going on then? How did they get over here? If they can't speak English and they don't have no marketable skills for the job market, how do they get over here? There's two women who died trying to cross, I think, the Channel Tunnel just the other day, and it happens more than what you think. People trying to sneak through France and get over here. Why are they so desperate to get over here? Hmm. Yeah, man. Um, I was in a group on Facebook, and it basically used to speak about the borough of Haringey in it. It's got all old photos of what it used to be, and it was a very fascinating group. And then it kind of like it turned sour for a lot of us because a lot of people in the group started bringing up how the Caribbeans and Jamaicans specifically, more specifically, destroyed that area. They just say they destroyed it from a working class area to basically a savage environment. And it was hard to take listening to it. As I grew up in that area, I mean, probably in the same time period where they say this happened, it's hard to listen to it. And when I had the discussion, like separate from what they were saying in there, I found myself being marginalized in the conversation where they wanted me just to attack the people who were saying what they were saying. But I had to think hard if there was any truth to what they said. I had to think hard, and um, it's difficult. It's difficult because our community don't want to hear no accountability. Just like a lot of white people, they don't want to hear any negligence in colonialism or imperialism into factors why certain things are effed up in the world or in the communities of the United Kingdom today. They just don't want to hear it. And a lot of black people, they just don't want to hear how they've affected how certain areas run today from how they used to, and how a lot of people are disenfranchised by it. They don't want to hear why there are topics of white flight and why they are relevant to certain demographics. And people just don't want to listen. They don't want to hear their their faults or their flaws being brought up. They just don't want to acknowledge them. And I find that a very troubling aspect of mankind. How can you reconcile your differences? How can you fix your problems if no one wants to hear what someone else is saying and see if there's any relevance? Our country is broken badly. It's broken badly. It's really broken pretty badly right now. And it's not getting any better. But you try and have the real discussions, people get very defensive. When you tell women these days about their hoish behavior, they just get so bent out of shape. You can't say anything, man. You know what I mean? Um, it's weird, man. It's just very strange. Very strange. And then when I'm talking about that, I'm talking a few years back with some of my friends, and like they're saying, no, no, they're out of order what they're saying, and I'm looking at particularly some of my friends who I grew up with, and I'm thinking, so wait, didn't I grow up with you? You didn't see what we grew up in? You heard what Hakeem just said. London is the most. I mean, Tottenham is the most hood look looking part of London. I don't know, man. A lot of enclaves. Are you talking about? Would that be? Would that encompass areas that are just sort of shut off from the mainstream, from the mainstream way of life in a certain area, an enclave? It's sort of like subculture, I guess, an enclave. I get what you're saying, and that's the thing. Like, it's not just like um. When did the Turks become gangsters in the UK? To be honest, they're probably more gangster than any of the black communities right now. They didn't used to be though. They didn't used to be Somalians and shit. When did they turn into like? When did that happen? And you can't bring it up because you can't say that about us. You can't. So what? I can't say it about Jamaicans. And the Londoners, the white Londoners, they have their gangster shit. They have done from the Ronnie Knight and I mean Craze and all that crap and I mean they've had all that. Yeah, Dr. Wu. When public services have to pay for translators to enable access, that shouldn't that wouldn't happen in other countries. Yeah, yeah, we've got to be honest that what you said is true. Yeah, Roby says, yeah, the enclave, that's a good way to put it. Are there in discussions that should be off the table though? Should people be forced to address even let's say if people have an incorrect perception of a certain community or demographic, should people be coerced out of bringing up issues because well don't say that about us, you're picking a should that be happening? Should people have to look at what's on their doorstep even if they don't like being told they have to confront? Anthony said London is just one big business commercial hub and not a place to think about living and raising a family. Yeah. Ulix, he says, I recall you mentioned the Facebook group here before. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The white guy, I'm guessing, one of them older than me, he says sometimes he drives up the high because he said he wouldn't walk through there. He drives up through the high road and he can't believe what he's seeing, and it's like flipping out. Anthony Macker says always use logic. Neely Fuller Jr. Yeah. Copy 09. Apparently, 8 to 10 million people in the UK don't speak a word of English. Chrisix says you speak facts beats. Appreciated. 8 that's a lot, Copend. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't think back in the day it was nowhere near that. I don't think it was nowhere near that. Anthony says too many of them parts of Romford. Yeah. Thomas Sowell talked about this as Dr. Wu. Anthony says nothing should be off the table. Nothing should be off the table. I mean, it's like some of the discussions on GENDER are like absolutely sinful. Roby, the problem now you can't talk about who's doing what, otherwise you're discriminating against someone. Madness. And I think that's what David Hay was having issues with. Not being able to speak your mind as a man. I think that's what he was having issues with. Crazy, isn't it? It's like, I'm not going to say specifically where, but in North London, there was crime sprees on the high road, and they were getting so bad, right? And it was kids falling out of school, just robbing shops, just stealing, 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 stealing. And when it got brought up, a lot of the parents, and let's keep it real, single mothers mostly, why are you discriminating against our kids? This, that, and that, and that. And you know what they had to do? After a time, they threatened to withdraw a lot of these parents' benefits if their kids were getting caught stealing from these businesses. And it's probably, look, it stopped, like the spike went down. When the parents had to do something, the spike went down. It's probably gone back up because certain shops are just targets. Like, man, what shop I think gets it? What is Greg's? Like, people just go in Greg's and just like literally have a menu of what they're gonna steal and just walk out with the food. Dr. Wooddocky grew up in Hackney in the 70s and 90s. Haringey and Edmonton used to be considered posh. Haringey? Posh? Edmonton? I don't know about Haringey, not Haringey. You know what I mean? Haringey, not posh. Edmonton, Edmonton was considered a stush area for black people to move into. Like when black people moved into Edmonton, yeah, man, we live in Edmonton, no, they're moving up like George and Wheezy, you know what I mean? But nah, Haringey. Nah, Haringey, nah. You know what I mean? What, Broadwater Farm, Tottenham Iron? Nah. Never. I don't remember it ever being posh. You know what I mean? I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The beauty of the pencil. What's up, man? Pick yourself up. Roby, what? Never Haringey. Never Haringey. Nah, not compared to Hackney either. Not compared to Hackney. You know what I mean? Nah. Mm-mm. But they were both what they were, innit? Or both what they were, yeah. Yeah. All good though. All good. Yeah. Immigration. I don't think they can get back on top of immigration. I don't think they can get back on top. I don't think the welfare state can deal with like increasing immigration and people living into their 70s and 80s at the rates they are now. Like, how much people are going to be claiming that pension? They're saying 20 years' time. It's not sustainable. They're definitely looking at new systems rather than state pensions. Some people ain't got enough credits on their pension to make it sustainable anyway. Wow. It's crazy, isn't it? I've got to watch that Munguia fight, man. I've watched so much boxing. I don't think I can handle watching any more boxing tonight, though. Pause button tapes. I was the best at pause button tapes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Well, I wasn't the best, but I had my own style. I had my own style. You know what I'm saying? It was almost like I had a sampler on the pause button tapes. Poor kids have to be very creative, isn't it? To be very creative. Anthony says, what you don't realize, Beats, is whereas there is no longer a time when you had a job for life at one company, today we are rapidly becoming a world where you no longer have one country to live for life. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's all tied up in red tape, man. Like, you know why a lot of people don't work? It's because like the amount of administration you have to go through to get a job. You know what I'm saying? Compared to years back. When I was a kid, man, I used to do the forklift with no license. Now you need counterbalance, and it's just crazy. You need the both licenses, or one or the other, to drive one or the other. Just that alone. And then they've got just like certain warehouse jobs, even the CSCS card won't be enough. Won't be enough. Yeah, they're forced to move from country to country for sustainability. Families, yeah. The world has become very uniform now. Even when you travel abroad, there is not much of a cultural difference for you to readily adapt to live and work. Yeah. Mm. Culture is taking a backseat to necessities. That's what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Taking a backseat to necessities. Like, what has the world come to, man? Like, there was one video where the woman took her 13-year-old daughter to lap dancing classes. Not lap, was it pole dancing? Pole dancing classes. And they were saying it was for fitness. And when the dad found out, he went mad. And then she tried to take the man to court because he apparently messed up the class, and she wanted to be compensated. You're thinking, how demented have people become? What kind of mother would put their daughter in a lap dancing contest and then try and play it off she was trying to get her daughter fit? When you hear these stories, it just makes you think, All you really want to do is just clap the boots and get out. You don't want to flipping be tied down to. It's just like the erosion of the family unit. Yeah, they had to threaten to take away the benefits from parents to stop the crime spike. Imagine that. Khalid Muhammad says Nelson Mandela wasn't a Pan Africanist. Okay, I'll have to listen to what he's got to say on that. All these videos, man, these London dudes, like, look at this video. Welcome to Southeast London, Lewisham's Borough Hoods. That just freaks me out. Like, why they want to represent the areas like it's just weird. This holding on to working class, like you get these white people like, who live in council estates, white women. Like, I want to share you the recipe because we're in a council estate, and like the most bad food, bruh. Like, what was one of the meals? Cornish pasty pie. I don't know if she made it home, right? Not Cornish pasty, corned beef pie, yeah, with baked beans. And she says, and we have chips, right? Not oven chips, but you fry it in lard in the chip pan. That's how we've always done it with white bread. And she says, yeah, this is how we feed the children because money is short. Yeah, you need to close your legs. If you can't feed your kids good sustenance, healthy food, you need to close your legs, man. Close your legs. And stop, drop your drawers them so easy. But you can't say that now, you know what I mean? You can't say that because you can say that, oh, how dare you. So you're offended by someone saying that. But, these people are feeding their kids poison. Do you know what, like, the average chicken nugget is made of? The chicken nugget, yeah, is basically skin, gristle with a bit of the meat, all grinded up with some salt and pepper and fried up with some coating. That's what it is. And they're feeding their kids this crap. White bread, white bread, white bread, and chips in lard and baked beans. And they've got video after, and listen, the videos are catching traction because like people are now gravitating to these subculture groups. Yeah, you go on, girl. You show them how to make food and that and that and that and that with their common as muck nasty food, feeding their picnic them. I'm like, look, if anyone is offended by that, I'm sorry, right? But for you to put that out there, like you're doing something good, and you know what cracks me up, right? These people who say they can't afford to feed their families, yeah, right? Vegetables are not that expensive, bro. Vegetables are not that expensive. What I tell you, what is expensive, right? Is expensive cuts of steak, lamb. They are pretty expensive, yeah. But chicken, not that expensive, right? Certain cuts of fish, you can get a decent price. And here's the thing, people complain about the expense of food, but it doesn't stop you seeing a load of people with McDonald's bags in their hands. McDonald's isn't cheap. What, McDonald's is cheap? It's not cheap. If your kids can afford to eat in McDonald's and you're giving them money, you can afford to cook properly. In my opinion, anyway. If you can still have an opinion. I lost the feed with you guys now, somehow. What's the time? We'll clock off in a minute. One sec. Yeah, people in denial, man. A lot of people are in denial. Caribbean community, not being fight. You like a lot of it's not good, bruh. A lot of it ain't good. A lot of the shit it's not good. A lot of the shit's not good. It's not good. It's not good. And then you get a lot of people talking about what's going on with the anti-Semitic attacks, saying that, well, why should they get special attention? It's not that they're getting special attention. They're not a secular community. Their community is driven by their faith and their family bonds. So things like politics are taken very seriously. They've got people who they've backed to put in local and mainstream politics. They've got people who they've backed in the media. So when they need their voice to be heard on topics like this, they get it heard. It's called being grown up and taking control of your community. That's what it is. They ain't getting special attention. Let's keep it real. The working class white and black communities, they don't give a shit about their kids' schooling and the roads being dirty and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like you see like where the Jews congregate, areas like Stamford Hill, yeah. A lot of them roads where they live, man, they didn't have no permits on them for years. You know why? Because they lobbied. The people lobbied. So, nah, you ain't put no permits. We ain't paint the park where we park. And these are communities with fathers in the home, and they lobbied. Lobbied. That's what that is. People don't understand, right? That if you don't have functional families in numbers in communities, all you have is ghettos. You have ghettos and crap, bro. And crap and low standards. You know what I mean? That's all you get. People complain. Man, people want me to complain. Like on this channel, I've had to block people, want me to complain about Teofimo Lopez said something about black people. How do you don't say nothing about it, Beats? Because I don't give a shit about what he said. I really don't give a shit. What does that mean to me? Is that going to stop my gran or my aunt not getting robbed on the street because she can't walk because it's too dangerous? Huh? Is that going to stop the people in our community having to use food banks because they can't flipping independently buy what they want out of the shops? Is it going to lower the rent? No, it's not important to me. What's important to you is not. It's not important to me. Tio lives flipping halfway around the world from where I live. What the fuck do I give a crap for what he says? Let me catch up with you guys. Yeah. And he says, today men are flying overseas to get a hookup. You might chat to one woman this week in New York and by the next week be in her bed. The world is a lot smaller and more uniformed. Yeah. A global is more global, isn't it? So you don't have to really worry about breaking barriers of tradition. As long as you can speak the language, you can move country to country like you're saying, really. Dr. Wu, moral relativism is to blame. Everyone's idea of goodness means very different things. Yeah, very true. Where's the best place in London to live and grow a family? Um, I don't know. I'll be honest. Like some people might pick out. You know what I mean, like Hampstead and them. I don't know no more, man. I think them people are just as messed up. You know what I mean? I think their kids are just messed up. They might not be in on the road thing, but I think they're just as messed up. One of the pushbacks we're getting from the old guard is that cultural identity and nationalities are slowly being ebbed away in the name of one world commercialism. Yeah, and with that is the erosion of family values. Yeah, I think that I might be on the verge of a hookup in LA quite soon. The story to be continued. Ah, well, good. Roby, ha ha ha. Yeah, you could cook some food with the money spent on McDonald's. Yeah, you definitely could. You definitely could. You know what I'm saying? You see, like Easter just recently. If you go in the shops, man, like they're selling a bag of sprouts for 20p and 8p for a bag of potatoes and carrots 8p. And like if you go to the shop at certain times, you can get the veg quite cheap. What it is, a lot of the kids don't want to eat the veg, and the adults don't want to eat the vegetables. They're saying it's expensive because they don't want to eat it. They want to eat processed junk and then complain, oh, we can't afford to eat properly. You're a liar. You're just unsophisticated and uneducated, and your palates have adapted to eating nastiness. These people are liars. They're dishonest people. And if you say, oh, you're bullying us, if you say anything, can challenge them. I saw it on television, man. The average chicken and kids love the chicken nuggets and they love feeding their kids chicken nuggets. It's made with gristle from the chicken, skin, right? A little part of the flesh, obviously, I mean, you have to put a bit in. And that's all crushed up. It's all crushed up, seasoned up, and sold and packaged. And they make millions of that. They make millions of food like that. And it's easy to store. It lasts long. It's very convenient for lazy mums who don't want to go. I'm calling them lazy, man. I'm just throw it out there, bro. You know what I mean? I don't give a damn. Lazy. My mum cooks. I cook. I don't even like takeaway food. Because I don't know what they're cooking. Mm-mm. And he said if the working class take over this country, the last person to leave won't even have a light bulb to switch off. Mm-mm. Yeah, bro. Like Tio, just like a weirdo to me. I take that serious. What do you think? Like Malcolm X would take that up as a political issue? Like when Malcolm X was in the United Kingdom in the '60s in Birmingham, it's because there was real crap going in. He was. Listen, they didn't want a lot of Asian and black people to live on the same roads as them. And the Klan was still a presence in the United Kingdom. And Malcolm X was over here. Them men weren't worried about someone talking about crap on. Come on, man. There's serious issues, man. You can get fresh meat from the butchers for a reasonable price, says Chris X. And even the supermarket, yeah, like if you look at their cuts of meat, especially mince and stuff, it's totally different to the butchers. That commercial packaging and storing of the meat and production. Sometimes you even think that okay, I'm getting some meat, so it's not processed. Are you sure? The supermarkets are scandalous, man. Roby one says the food is nice sometimes, but it is lazy to eat it all the time. What McDonald's is nice. I don't rate McDonald's, bro. I don't rate that food, bro. Copin. Imagine Tio and Adrian Garcia in the same room spouting their racist nonsense. They're just idiots, man. Just idiots. Doesn't bother me at all, man. I mean, or like some of the red pill quote unquote racism. No, I'm not affected, bro. I'm not affected. I'm not affected, bro. I'm not affected. Yeah, Tiafimo is not even on my intellectual level, says Anthony, much less Malcolm X. Leave the garbage on social media. Yeah. What most of these athletes and entertainers have to say don't interest me. Yeah, I just want to watch the fight. I just want to, I mean, like, I saw him fight against Shakur, and to me, he wasn't value for money. He wasn't good value. You know what I'm saying? Like, Roby one says, no, I don't rate it. It is what it is. Yeah, McDonald's is shit. It used to actually taste better. I think it used to actually taste better. Then again, maybe it's because I was younger. I don't think it did taste better. It's probably I was younger. Anthony made a tuna bacon Friday, and it lasted for a couple of days. It was lovely. No takeaway could substitute it. There you go. Cooking is it's always better, like just to do your own stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Always just better to do your own stuff. It's a lost skill, isn't it? It's a lost skill. Everything is just like um a lost skill. I don't know why that is, man. Like all the mothers back in the day, they always had a needle and thread. Had a needle and thread. So clothes weren't being thrown away, but all things are dispensable now. Like them days are just dead. It sounds so old fashioned to speak about a certain way of life now. It just sounds so old fashioned and sounds dated. And you even think to yourself, man, that sounds so dated. But Anthony used to hand wash his school uniform from the age of 7 in Jamaica. Oh, yeah, in Jamaica, you mean. See, a lot of people don't realize the Jamaican kids have to grow up way quicker than the British kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? Have to grow up way quicker. Don't have all the shit we have, man. Yeah, and he was ironing from age 8. It's just not the British experience for a lot of kids. You know what I mean? Started cooking when I was 9 for my parents, my grandparents, and like all communities, like white, black, Caribbean, British, all used to cook meals. Always cooking. There was nothing like the takeaway culture was not as relevant as it is now. Uber as well, like they don't even go and get the thing themselves. Uber, needle and thread, a sewing machine, and like who remembers? Man, not a lot of you ain't old enough. Having the TV repairman around your house. You weren't buying no new television. TV repairman was coming to fix the television. These days, your TV goes out. You mean you just got August and get a new one? Roby one, he says, I hate ironing, but the rest is cool. Cooking can be fun though. I don't like ironing. It's flipping boring, innit? My mum used to do like that's just I mean do the majority of that for me. Bring up the clothes. Oh, I do ironing. You know what I mean? I'll give her money though. How much is fish and chips now? You can't get for what? I bet you can't get a fish and chips for less than 13 quid at any. There's no way you're getting enough. If you're getting like where you get fish and chips for less than £13. Yeah, you see, Unix never had a TV repairman. You know why you don't get TV repair? Because these days, them flat screens are very light, right? For a start, right? When they blow out, people just replace them. Roby, we used to take our TVs to TJ's on Church Street. Ah, you see? And he used to iron his girls' clothes. He loves it. That's because you're used to doing it. You're used to doing it. See, that's the thing, man. Like Jamaicans born on the island are very they're quite clothes conscious. So ironing is important. You know what I'm saying? Clark's shoes important. You know what I mean? It's good though. It's good. It's good traditions. It's good habits. £13 for fish and chips. I mean, you have to remember, right? That was used to be a poor people's meal. £13 for fish and chips now. 10 to 15 quid, says Ulix. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just too much extra. We spend way too much. It doesn't seem like it because we're used to it, but we spend way too much. Chris X says the business rates have gone up. The cost is being passed to the customer. Well, yeah, you are right with that, but the cost is being passed to the customer, so the shareholders, you know what I mean, can get on the bonuses, bro. It does add up, man. It does add up. 13 quid. It's a good whack. It's a good whack of money. You know what I'm saying? It is a good whack of money. But once a week ain't bad. Once a week ain't bad. You know what I'm saying? But when you go back in the day, like I can't actually remember it. I'm sure. I mean, my sister would probably tell me, yeah, I did eat out of the newspaper, fish and chips out of the newspaper. The UK is a strange country, people. If you're not from the UK, don't they import the cod and haddock though? Yeah, I would assume so. It is nice though. Like if you get that proper batter on the fish and chips, it is nice, Annie. It is nice. You know what I mean? Fish and chips, tartar sauce. Like tartar sauce is a new thing to me. But people that used to have tartar, you know what I mean? Back then it was salad cream. We didn't before. Who remembers? People didn't used to have mayonnaise, man. Bruce Gas. They don't make enough newspapers anymore to wrap the fish and chips in it. Ulix, he recalls the newspaper fish and chips. Damn. See, but health and safety would rule that out, and they'd say, yeah, well, the ink going into your blood or whatever. I mean, like that's ruled out. Yeah, tartar sauce. That's the Scottish people's thing, actually. Tartar sauce. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was ketchup. It was ketchup. Ketchup on all them things there. Ketchup. I didn't. I wasn't a big fan of brown sauce though. I never used the HP brown sauce. I was never a big fan. Man didn't used to have no mayonnaise back in the. It was salad cream. Salad cream. Yeah. I remember sometimes like just having a salad cream sandwich, not much in the fridge. Salad cream sandwich, rude boy. So good. Bruce Gas says best fish and chips right here in New England. Okay. Is that a popular meal out there, Bruce? Fish and chips. And he laughing at my salad cream sandwich. You know? Salad cream. And like, it's weird, isn't it? Like, we always had a tin of Nestle's milk in the fridge. It's a Caribbean thing, yeah? Nestle's milk, condensed milk. And then, oh, you're not allowed to leave it in the fridge for more than 2 days or something. What? You crazy? Oh, Bruce says, oh yeah, all the seafood joints sell tons of it. Wow. You know what I like though? I like scampi. I like scampi and chips. You know what I mean? Scampi, chips, and tartar sauce. You know what I'm saying? 2 slices of bread and butter and wholemeal bread. Yeah, I'm good. And some peas. That you know what I mean? If I'm going for it, I'll have the chips, scampi, some peas, 2 slices of wholemeal bread, butter, tartar sauce. Um, yeah, I'm good. Roby, Nestle's milk was crazy. That would stay in the fridge until finished. Yeah, yeah. We're finishing the Nestle's milk about right away after 2 days. Yeah, right. And he likes the scampi too. Yeah, the scampi's nice. And he says my chippy doesn't do a nice curry sauce though. Yeah, Bruce, shrimp scampi, seafood scampi, and even lobster scampi. Oh, that sounds nice. Served over pasta. That's a lobster scampi, you know. Roby once said, yeah, scampi is nice. That used to see. Let me tell you something, right? You see, crab. Yeah, crab is very expensive, isn't it? Crab is looked on as rich people's food today. You know what I mean? When you're buying crab, how much you have to pay? Like you can't even get crab in supermarkets. It costs a lot. You have to go into like a seafood or a fish shop. You know what I mean? And it's expensive. It's expensive. You see, when my mum come to the UK, she said they used to get crab until they were sick of eating it, and it was cheap. They used to get stacks of crab. But now, like, see the newspaper day with the fish and chips, fish was cheap. It's cheap. It's a cheap. It's like it's food for working class people. Now, fish and chips is it would probably be classified as something more upscale than just a regular working class meal. Yeah, Anthony, has anyone had pickled egg from the chippy? Those eggs seem to be in those jars since 1975. No, I've never had that. I don't think I'd risk the pickled egg, that, Anthony. I mean, I think it would do my stomach in. Oh, you had a cafe back in the 90s. Bruce used to specialize in scampi. Right. And he said he saw a video where they said lobster used to be fed to prisoners in America. There you go. Roby one. Crab is nice. You have to go to the fishmonger, and sometimes you have to order it. Right. Yeah. All right. I think Bruce is concurring with what Anthony said about the prisoners. Yeah. Bruce Gas says pickled eggs, pickled pig's feet, and lamb's tongues. I don't think I've had it. We used to eat pig foot though. Like, is that what kind of that sauce? Yeah. I mean, the monstrations call it sauce. You know what I mean? It's cook up sauce. You know, my gran used to cook up the sauce, right? Sauce, pig foot, right? With rice and butter beans. Yeah, when we used to have them parties. Bruce, he says, I do a lot of salmon to get those healthy omega fatty acids. Okay. The salmon has to be red, in it. You see, when you get salmon in the supermarket, it's often very like pale. Salmon, bro. I was watching this wildlife program a few years back. Can't remember where it was, yeah. But the grizzly bear, yeah. When the season is abundant and they're catching the fish, right? And it's abundant. What they'll do, they'll just eat the head, the eggs, and and the skin, and they'll leave the rest of the fish, and the scavengers will come take the rest of the fish because basically they're just trying to get as much fat before hibernation, and that's where all the fat is. And what it is time consuming heating the whole of the fish, and they're not going to get as much fat from the protein on the flesh, and plus when you're eating the whole fish, you can easily get hurt ingesting it because they've got the bones and the spiny bones, so they just throw the rest of the fish away. Roby one, don't you have to get wild salmon for more benefits? And some salmon is fed a dye, so its color is more pink. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's the one, man. Pig's foot with butter beans and rice. Yeah, yeah. That's Caribbean all day, bro. You know what I mean? Monstration and Jamaican food, that, bro. When my gran used to hold them parties, bro. Call it sauce. Sauce, you know. It tastes good, though. Bloody good. But I can't, I don't eat them food no more, man. You know what I mean? All washing machines used to get repaired, man. Like when you were replacing items like televisions and washing machines, it was a big deal, wasn't it? It was a big deal back then. Um, and these modern televisions, they don't last. They don't last that long. Although I tell you what, man, this flat screen I've got, which I use as a monitor. You know what happened? Yeah, around I can't remember when it was. I haven't spoken to my friend for a long time. And fell out. But it was a long time back. I've had it a long time now, this TV. And the first one I got of this make here, the Celsius, the first one, it broke down within a week. And I said, what? Oh, flipping hell. Then I replaced it. You know what I mean? I got a new one with my receipt. And I've had it since. I've had it since. And they're pretty cheap now. The TVs are pretty cheap. You can't remember the last time I watched TV. I was thinking of like discontinuing my BBC license because like I don't really watch it, man. So and Ben Shalom's cards are crap. So I mean, I ain't waiting around for that. No use for BBC. The TV license. That's a con. That is a con. TV license is a big con. Imagine that in 2026, all the other stations, you know what I mean, they cover all their costs with advertising, and up till now, they still want you to pay a license with the BBC. A bloody con. Even if you own a TV and get reception, you have to pay. I think there's ways out, you know. If you don't use none of the BBC services, right? Because on some TVs you can tune the channels out on Freeview. You can tune them out. You don't use that the iPlayer, and as long as you don't use it online, I'm guessing. I think you can get out of paying it. Yeah, cold foot, you know. Cow foot and pig foot. Some Caribbean food right there. Old school Caribbean. All right, people. Have a good New Year's. Not New Year's, what I'm talking about. Bank holiday Monday. Have a good bank holiday. Ulrich says, I could have sworn there was a case on this back in the day where they tried to get this man's TV to get a BBC channel. They could not, so they changed the wording of the license to any reception. Oh, is that so? Yeah, everyone's laughing. Yeah, is that what they remember? Oh yeah, I'm turning into Fury. Yeah, probably got CTEs myself, man. Remember Tyson was calling Happy New Year. They weren't Happy New Year's. Tyson's a crazy kid, isn't it? Tyson is crazy. Did you see the video with Tyson Fury when the kid asked him, "I'm not very confident with women. What should I do? What should I do? How do I be confident with women?" And Tyson just looked at him and says, "You got to get your COCK out. You just get your." He's an idiot. This is just mad. Got to get your COCK out. He's just mad. It was funny though. Only he could get away with that. No one else could get away with that. All right, people. Yeah, Tyson Fury is crazy, man. He's crazy. Can AJ beat him? Before we go, let's discuss a couple of the heavyweight matches. Now it's signed. Does AJ have a chance against Tyson Fury, or is he just not good enough, or is it a case that the crash has left him in a bit of a tight spot? Let's say. Roby one says yes. Okay. Mm. I hope so. 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 Is that based on you wanted it to happen, or is that you being analytical? Even is AJ now coming off the crash? You know, if AJ's cashing out of it, Ulix says, I don't know where AJ turns up, but I always had AJ beating Fury. Anthony says AJ has a chance, but they're both washed. The crash has changed AJ forever. He's just not putting on a brave. He's just putting on a brave face. It was a bad crash, man. It was a bad crash. I think the attention deficit that we're plagued with has skewed what happened to that kid. He lost two of his friends in a bad crash. And he says, I make Fury the favorite, but just his legs have gone. Ulix says AJ may be done as. He saw his friend get decapitated and he's crazy. Like people I don't think people are really getting it. I had people on there saying AJ ducking, he's a coward. I said, bloody hell. Like, wow. They're just desensitized to the realities of life now. That's what you call this AI experience right now. Ulix, hence Fury wants to fight right now. Exactly. And he says you don't overcome that. That stays with you for life. That's what my fears were when I made that video. I think some people said, "Oh, Beats ain't supporting AJ." Nah, bro. I'm just trying to take it serious. I just like I can't even get through some days without some trauma of the night my mum passed, and that's years back. And my mum was at an age where, I'm not saying you're old, you die, but she was at an age where she lived the majority of her days. You know what I mean? I'm still struggling with it. Not as bad as I was though. I'll admit that. Thank God. But can I speak of the legend of Michael Jackson, says Emmanuel, before you sign out? I'm on an MJ marathon after the movie. I haven't seen the movie. What's the movie like? Yeah, totally desensitized. Like it's kind of like yeah, let's just and he's got a lot of yes men around him. Got a lot of yes men. Roby won. Fury has been ducking AJ for years, so Fury may get shook in there. Anthony says AJ will struggle to even have hard sparring after that crash. Michael Jackson, the legend. Is that the film, yeah? Has some of the film been done with AI? Let's have a look now. Legend of Michael Jackson. The King of Pop. There's a recent film, isn't there? Oh, it's just called Michael. Where is it? In the cinemas? The Jackson 5. As we knew them back in the 70s. It was the Jackson 5s and the Osmonds. And the communities were racially more divided, at least in the UK, than they are now. So when we saw these kids who had afros, like we had afros, on television, it meant a whole lot. It meant a whole lot. They had their own cartoon. The Osmonds had a cartoon as well, but the Jacksons had a cartoon. We used to watch that on Sunday, and their music played such a part before Michael went solo. Michael Jackson is who he is, isn't it? He's like, you're not gonna get Michael Jackson type artists no more. He's they're just not there no more. They're just not there. Even the likes of Elvis, they're just not there no more. It's very disposable. It's very replaceable. What's out there right now? Just not gonna get it no more. Oh, you're gonna see the film later today, Anthony? What is it? What is it on in the cinema? Um, how long's it been out? If it's in the cinema, I might watch it today as well. You know, I might watch it. You see that thriller film that scared a lot of kids. You know, I don't think people realize that. A lot of kids were scared of Michael Jackson when them see Thriller. You know, yeah. I remember my sister had a video on the making of Thriller, and I can't remember. Like they had these I can't remember. It was going back years now, so I can't even quote it. These pumps that man, I can't remember what I mean. I can't remember now. That was so groundbreaking at its time. It's so groundbreaking. I'm trying to remember what they were doing in the makeup department when they were putting it together. And that girl, remember the girl? Remember the girl? The girl in Thriller. She was pretty as anything, bro. Who's the woman in Thriller? Ola Ray. Ola Ray. Damn, Ola. How old is Ola now? Okay, I mean, she's 66 now. Blood clot. Big one now. Where did the years go? She appeared in Give Me a Break, Cheers, and What's Happening Now in the mid-80s. Memoir. She released a memoir titled The Thrill of It All in 2022. Lawsuit. She previously sued the Michael Jackson estate regarding royalties, which was settled in 2012. Poof. Lord have mercy. World is crazy, rude boy. Mm-mm. That's mad. Wow. Roby says, yeah, I understand the AJ mental capacity thing. Oh, is his nephew playing him? Muhammad, do I watch any TV shows? No, no, no. Most of my viewing, no. I'm very basic with TV as well. I've been watching the Marvel. You know what I watch? I watch the Marvel comic marathon. I've got a 6-hour Marvel comic marathon which I watch on YouTube. Fantastic Four and that crap. Not crap, but fucking brilliant. The Avengers, Spider-Man. Okay, his nephew plays him. I thought they might have used some AI to do the scenes as well. Ulix says Michael turned into a robot used to scare me as a kid. Moonwalker. Oh, they included the Thriller Girl in the movie. Okay, it's in the cinemas, yeah? I wonder if, okay, well, they might have it local, you know? Let me see. I'm gonna go see it tomorrow. If it's I'm gonna go see it. I haven't been cinema for a long time, bro. 2026 film. Ah, okay. All good, all good, all good. Yeah, I might have to go see that, you know. Yeah. What is it like? Okay, let's see if I can find any context. What I'm expecting to see. I don't want to know all the plot before I watch it. Let me see the reviews. Any reviews? Well, let's see what some of you say in the video. Actually, before I go to the reviews, they included what did Emmanuel say? Okay, you highly recommend it. Is it is it a feel good factor, or is it kind of like does it go deep into Michael, into some like aspects of his life, or I haven't got a clue. There'll never be another Michael Jackson. There'll never be another Michael Jackson. Michael just crossed generations and generations and generations. You know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, I might have to go see it. Let me see what the reviews. Okay, so biographical. Exploring Michael Jackson's life, starring his nephew, Jafar Jackson, who received high praise for his performance and resemblance to the pop icon. A sanitized yet entertaining musical spectacle that focuses on his artistic journey while facing criticism for lacking depth and avoiding controversy. Well, see, this is a problem with the world, isn't it? Like, you had Martin Bashir, you've had all these hit pieces on the guy, like, so they want to do something a little different, which will just focus on the music, the talent, the singing, the songs, and they don't like that. They always want to jump in the mud, and I get it, but I get it. And I guess they're saying, well, you can't tell the story without visiting the mud. Jafar Jackson. Let me have a look, see what he looks like. So who is Jafar related to? I wonder if he's related to Jermaine. Yeah, I could see he could pull it off. He definitely could pull it off. Wow. I thought he was Jermaine's son. I think he's Jermaine's son, isn't it? I thought he was Jermaine's son. Jermaine was just gangster, innit? He was just banging the shorties, boy. Michael wasn't really getting down with the shorties like that. Jermaine and I think they were tucking them away. Ooh, they were getting busy, bro. Man, they were getting busy. They should do a film with Jermaine, man. I mean, wow, he's 30 though. Like Jaffa is 30. Okay. But he looks a lot younger, in it. So good, man. So good. Mm-mm. Lots of controversy over Michael Jackson. Okay, he actually trained over a year just to audition for the role. Wow. Wow. Anthony said, from what he's heard, it's a feel good movie to claw back from the propaganda against him. Yeah, Michael was different, man. Like you're saying, women would faint around him. Yeah. Wild. Wild. And Anthony Mackie said the FBI said they had him under surveillance for a decade and didn't find a damn thing. End of story. Yeah. If the shoe don't fit, what did Eddie Cochran say? You must have quit. Troubled individual who saw beauty and got lost in fantasy. I heard that Jermaine is still having kids too. Jermaine's an OG. Anthony said Joe Jackson is a true hero. He's the original G. Joe Jackson is the original. I mean, yeah. Without Joe Jackson, there is no Jackson 5. Wow. Yeah. All good, man. All good. Yeah. Some people, you know, I understand it. You know what I mean, some people like the mud in it, but do the music industry do they not develop artists no more? They do develop them, but they develop differently these days. They're developed under the 360 deals. So you can't just develop a singer with just songs. They've got to be developed so they can package other products as well with that 360 deal. So brands and clothing lines, etc. Protein drinks, healthy drinks, alcohol, and aftershaves, perfumes. Um, Become a spokesman for this brand. Media training. Yeah, yeah. Hey, man. Yep, simple passing game from Joe Jackson, and like commercially, that was unstoppable, man. Like I was always fascinated to see these black kids who had a cartoon. You know what I mean? At the time, I was about 6, 7 years of age watching that. I was always fascinated by that, and the Jackson 5 cartoon. Wow, 1971 it started, yeah. So we were seeing repeats. So it's from 1971 to 96. But I mean, I was just a kid at 1970. I was 3. When I was watching it, it was about yeah, about 74. I would say 74, 75, 76 at a push. So they were repeats. Damn, 71, 72 too. Yeah, that's crazy. Mike Tyson had a cartoon. Muhammad Ali had a cartoon. Yeah, I remember that now. I just remember that now. I see that. Bloody hell. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3. And then you have to get your afro up, man. You have to get your afro game up, man. You know what I'm saying? You wash that hair, get it blown out. Mama and sister to blow out your hair. You know what I mean? Get the afro comb out. The afro, man. The most powerful hairstyle ever. Ever. in my opinion, of course. Of course, I'm a little biased saying that. I'm not going to lie, but wow, look at that, man. Wow. See what it was then. There was no reality. Well, there was what they call reality TV back then would have been, I don't know what the equivalent, but there weren't people just on the television for the sake of being on the television. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Diana Ross. They got Diana Ross. Oh, Diana Ross isn't in the movie, is she? I think there was some controversy about that. Diana Ross not in the movie. Dirty Diana. Look at this, man. Going back some, man.
But authorities assure us that it will be found and disposed of, and the show will go on.
Bloody hell, man. I don't even remember it, man, like that. Wow. When you listen to MJ, all he talked about was good energy. Things that importance of the emotion of the song Special Guy. Anthony Mack. And most parents don't have a plan for their kids. They just hope that they live to pass the best. They live to pass and the best come out and come out to be something. Joe had a vision for his kids. You know what it is, yeah? I've seen some men online, black men, and they've said, this is what my son's going to do, and this is what my daughter's going to do, because they've put themselves in a position where they can influence this outcome of what they're saying their son or daughter is going to do, or they have a business. And I've heard people talking down to them, well, why can't they do what they want? And this is what, like, you know what the big problem, you see why I always bang on. You need to know the history. You need to know the history of the sport. You need to, you see why I always bang on about that. And I know it gets annoying to a lot of people. But how are you going to talk about what's wrong with what this parent is going to do if you don't know the history of the world you're living in? You do understand, yeah? A boy the equivalent of these kids I'm talking about now with the black dad, right? Growing up in the 60s or the 70s, if your dad works in a coal mine, you'll likely be following him in there. If your dad was a builder, a bricklayer, you'll be likely following him in that. If your dad had a business, you would be likely to inherit the business, and he would obviously invest time and knowledge so you'd be able to do a good job of doing that. What people don't understand, people didn't travel like how they travel today. So what would be the more let me rephrase that. So if you lived in a certain part of England and they had a massive car plant in a certain area, the jobs would be allocated to a lot of the men in that particular area, and that's where they would work. Yeah? There wasn't no, oh, I'm bored, let me do something else and this, that. No, you've got a stable job, right? The job is stable. The housing that is accessible in that area will be easily supplemented by your wage. So you stay there, you work here, right? You meet a wife in that area, have kids, you bring them up, and obviously they're not all going to work in the plant. Obviously, people are going to do different things, but for the most part, or for let me not say for most, but for a lot of examples, boys would follow their dads. That's the natural order. But things have changed now. Things these days have changed, and not necessarily for the better. And like, if you were Joe Jackson, like Anthony's saying, he's going to push his kids to do the extraordinary. And like, okay, it may have been over excessive, some of his methods, or at least that's what they say. But if you was to ask the likes of Jermaine Jackson, he wouldn't trade his life for nothing. He wouldn't trade his life for nothing. Oh, what part two deals with the allegations and the controversies. Oh gosh. Anthony said the movie only takes us up to the 1987 Bad album. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't mind if they stopped the story there. Oh, Janet wasn't in the movie either? Bloody hell. Okay. If Michael hadn't left his family home and isolated himself, Joe wouldn't have allowed those people up in the house to make those allegations against his son. Oh, Joe would have had them out. They wouldn't have got through the gate, bro. Hmm. Seems interesting. Yeah, there is no Serena and Venus without Richard Williams. He had a vision for his girls. He didn't want poverty for them, yeah? I mean, they was in gang territory in Compton, innit? Joe Jackson said he whooped them all the way to the bank. Okay. But some people would argue, was that a good outcome for Michael? Maybe the rest were robust enough to deal with it, but I don't know. I remember he started crying that his dad used to beat him, and oh man. See, that's like arranged marriages, and even if it weren't arranged marriages, your parents would have way more input in who you were going to marry. They'd have way more input. Oh, the beatings are in the movie? Okay. Whoa, that's deep. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. All right. What I'll have to do then is try and finish up. I don't mind getting out there to watch it though. I don't know. I don't know. See if I can get out there. You had a lot of psychological issues, man. You know what I mean, like He reminds me of Little Kim. Because before the surgery and all he did, the only reason you would change your face when there was nothing wrong with your face at all, like Little Kim, is like deep psychological trauma. You know what I'm saying? Someone told him about his nose. Oh, look at your nose. No, that's how black people's noses are formed, mate. What are you dealing with? But yeah, he just yeah, I've got to go watch it. I want to go watch it. I won't mind go watch it. I might just have to take a little time out and go watch it. But I have bad attention deficit on movies. He's done movies before, though, hasn't he? Well, what film? I mean, I always remember the Wizard of, is it the Wizard of Oz or the Wiz? That was bad. The Wiz was bad. I used to love the Wiz, man. You know what I'm saying? But Michael used, let me tell you that, right? Michael used to be a cool ass kid though. Like Michael used to talk jive shit, but that's what like not heavy jive, but Michael used to talk. He used to talk kind of more street. He was on a flex. He had a flex. He had a flex. He had a bit more of a roadman flex. You know what I mean? I see Michael with Muhammad Ali and the family. Yeah, man. Nipsey Russell was in the Wiz. Lena Horne was in the Wiz. Richard Pryor, Ted Ross, Diana Ross, Mabel King, Teresa Merritt, Kiki Shepard. Bloody hell. Wow. Thelma Carpenter, Harry Marsden Cheetah. I'm looking at some of these names. Iman? Is that the model, Iman? Damn. David Bowie's missus, yeah? She was in it. Wow. Linda Furlow, Claude Brooks, Sterling St. Jacques, Tata Vega, Darcel Leonard Wynn, Pat Cleveland. Wow, a lot of X's in it, man. All good, man. All good. Yeah, I definitely might have, I have to try and make some time to watch it. Muhammad said, your generation had it sweet. Our generation really effed up, Beats. I don't know. We didn't have it sweet at all. One thing, we didn't have it sweet. This generation has it easier. Anthony Mackie says Tariq said that Mike maybe today would have been on Spectrum because he displayed certain obvious signs. Okay. Anthony said maybe Joe and Catherine knew that Michael was different. That's why they'd get him to a state where he could make lots of money and function to a degree. Yeah, The Wiz was great, man. The Wiz was great. There was a lot of great musical films, man. Like Bugsy Malone was always great. Bugsy Malone was great. Kids movie. You don't see like, I don't know, man. There's always someone acting as Don King in the Michael movie Beats. Okay, so you got to see it, yeah? Okay. Roby won. Yeah, he had swag in his teens at that age. I don't know what age it changed up, to be honest, Roby won. I don't know. I don't know. Bugsy Malone was incredible, man. Great film. Great film. Great film. There was some like I used to like. I kind of fell out with films, but I used to watch a lot of films back then. But I just when I saw the standard, kind of like I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this film. I don't know about this film. I'm looking at one film right now, which is a really good film. You know what film I really liked? Is The Breakfast Club. That was a great film, man. Anyone watch The Breakfast Club with Emilio Estevez? Wow, he's 63 now, man. One of them. Who was the one who died in it? There was one kid who died. Molly Ringwald. Yes, that is. Yeah, I remember Molly. Who's the kid? Not Judd Nelson. Man, 60 plus, man. That was a great film, though. It was funny, man. It was a funny film, man. It was a funny film. I had it on VHS. Is it River Phoenix? That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Bloody hell, man. Is it River Phoenix? Was he in it? I can't see his name coming up in the credits, though. I don't think it's River Phoenix. Maybe I've got the wrong thing. I always liked that film, though. It was funny, man. It was good. It was good. Good teenage film. Yeah, he wasn't in it. He wasn't in that one. What are you talking about? Your generation had family connection generally, stable economy, no screens everywhere. I get what you're saying. But we didn't. I tell you what. As for us having it sweet, we didn't have it sweet, bro. Let me tell you this now, yeah. Most of the homes didn't have central heating, right? And houses were cold, right? Houses were cold. To go and get them big petrol cans, which could burn down the house. Um, but we were we was, I mean, we made it work. Yeah, You Want to Be a Boxer is a great film. And the economy wasn't always stable. It definitely weren't always stable. Um, and we economized. Like I said, like parents, all the kids would tell you that their parents. I mean, some had sewing machines. Needle and thread was always out. Sewing up clothes. Um, Economizing the bills. And the family connection was just a product of its times. It's just not there no more. But I understand what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying, Mohammed. But this generation don't want all that. It doesn't want that. It wants individualism. You know what I'm saying? Um, you got to prioritize what you want. At the end of it, Anthony said his mum used to make some of his clothes. Yeah. No, you're saying the housing was affordable. People stayed in jobs and worked. It was affordable because people stayed in marriages. It's not just handed on a plate, Mohammed. It wasn't just this golden era. People had to work at things. People like people had to have stable relationships and marriages to afford housing. You know what I mean? You have to remember, like that generation there, like the 60s, the 70s, is when housing estate culture started. That's where it started because there was a shortage of housing. We're looking at the start of what's happening now. The single parent families, they congregated the housing estates. Women, they started congregating them because people are living apart now. Mum and dad are living apart. This is a new, like in that era, it's a new phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? People are going for dolo right now. Yeah, like Anthony said, the more individuality today. Roby one, he said he grew up during the real McCoy era, and that was more authentic, diverse programs. Yeah, I used to love the real McCoy. I used to love the real McCoy. Things have to be worked at. You don't just it was that was great. Yeah, it was great because people worked at things. They didn't just like start something and drop it. You know what I'm saying? And he said the day single mothers were prioritized for housing, the country went far too left. Yeah, and like there was a culture. Some people think it's a stereotype, but I lived in it where there were women getting pregnant to get accommodation so they can live, have their own accommodation independent of a husband or a dad in the house. Yeah. People have to work on things. To have things, you've got to work on things. You need a team. A family is a team. And he says the man in the home is the state, not an actual working man. Okay. I'm trying to break down what you're saying. Man in the home is the state, not an actual working man. And like it wasn't like today, like all the kids have got a TV in the house. No, you don't have no TV in our bedroom or nothing like that, and all this shit here. And there are a lot bigger families them days as well. People ain't having really big families like that. That's what it seems to me anyway. You know, like when I went junior school. Let me see if I can find it. What year was the Queen's Silver Jubilee? I think it was silver. Yeah, there you go. 1977. Nationwide celebrations. Queen Elizabeth, Silver Jubilee, parties everywhere across the nation. And let me tell you this, yeah? When our junior school had our celebration, right? The mothers, wives came out to put it together, right? Because there were a lot of women were wives back then. It's not like now. It's not like now. And they put on a great spread, bro. They put on a great spread. Yeah, I never forget it. I'll never forget it. Just outside the school, and in although the procession went into the school. Roby says back in the day, single mum benefits had to have a side job to make ends meet. Yeah, yeah. It wasn't just a hustle where you could rely on the benefit itself. Yeah. You're right. You're right. I'm not gonna lie, Mom. It is messed up. It's not good today. It's not good today. It's not good today. Um, you see what it was, yeah. That era I'm talking about then. Like family did glue the community together more. Fathers, mums, wives, dads. Religion, kids, like the amount of kids in my school who you had to go church. You had to go church. I didn't. They weren't. My family weren't strict on us going church, although they were into religion. You know what I mean? They used to practice religion, but these things don't bond the family together no more, and that's where the struggle is. That's where the big struggle is. Anthony says, look how diverse the cast was for Bugsy Malone. Some commentators would brand it as woke today. It's a great film. Yeah, it's a brilliant film. One of my favorites. Oh, I hear what you're saying. The state government, yeah. The state government is the man in the. Oh, yeah. Well, he does have a point. Where do you think the housing estate culture developed from? That's where it developed because the dad's not in the home. Yeah, yeah. They do the spread with the Uber now. You know what I mean? And the mothers helped out. It's like today. It's common to have a kid without the dad, and it's like it's common. It's common. And he says the only time a single male gets real life changing help or assistance in the UK is when he goes to prison. Imagine that. Oh, that's cold. That's cold. It's not funny actually. I don't know why I'm laughing, but Roby one, it's not they act. It's not that they just can't cook. It's a lot act like they shouldn't cook. Well, what can you say? It's just the dropping standards, my old friend. Dropping standards. Even the Queen, yeah. Even the Queen, yeah. The Queen had way more influence than the King doesn't have. Like, no, King Charles doesn't really have no influence on the country like that. Who listens to King Charles? There's a few old people who listen to King Charles, right, man. When that generation dies off, bro, like they're gonna really have to justify having whatever. I'm telling you, they have to try hard to justify it, bro. Like the Queen had a big influence on the country, on all people of all different ethnicities. The royal family, it look at Andrew, look at Prince Andrew and all that, man. It's just like, come on, dude. It's just they don't have the same potency. And when the Queen went, man, it kind of like, okay, the Queen's gone. No one sees Camilla as the Queen. Maybe some people do, but My mum was a royalist. I don't think my mum. I don't think my mum would have been a Camilla fan. I don't know though. I'd have to. I mean, like confirm from like. I mean, yeah, Andrew is a disgrace, man. Total disgrace. King Charles could have more influence, but he's a weak leader, says Anthony. Yeah, you can see Wills is just ready to step in there. Prince William is ready to step in. He's become a royalist after leaving London. Yeah, man. It's not the same now. It's not the same. Like even like the TV, yeah. What's the time now? 3:35. We're all still up, right? Got devices on. Like, what am I doing up at this time? What like back then? People like I mean, like TV's done. People are sleeping, and when the TV finished, what did it finish? It finished with the national anthem, and then everything closed up because nobody's watching. What was it on BBC Two? University, whatever they call it. The university programs. No one's watching them. Roby said, "Yeah, definitely after the Queen passed, the allure of the royalty dimmed." Steve Robertson, 70:35 p.m. West Coast. Crescencio, he's at work right now. You know, it's different because you're at work. Yeah, I'm saying, but yeah, this is not supposed to be an hour where people are up and live. But you know, everybody went to bed simultaneously at the same time. You know what I mean? Hey, CFAX didn't start until like long after the Jubilee. CFAX weren't there in the 70s, bro. CFAX didn't start until about 81, 82. And there was only so much it had. Yeah? You go and CFAX, yeah? Once you scroll through the sports and a bit of entertainment and news, it's done. It's done to the next day. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not like a computer where you can like get unlimited. You can get unlimited information and stimulation to keep you up until I mean until you're ready to sleep. Let's just say, yeah. Anthony, as you described, some time ago, the world is run by one big ongoing hum. There is no switch now. Attention deficit, dopamine spikes, and dopamine deficiency, Parkinson's disease, etc. Because you're supposed to switch off devices and sleep, right? In the weekday, a child is not seeing a screen unless they're putting slides up and they're watching the projector at a lesson. And you know in school, yeah, you know what the biggest treat was? Is like when I was in junior school. Oh, we're gonna watch a TV program now, and they'd pull the TV out the drawer, and like he was like, okay, we're gonna watch TV, you know what I mean? And like it would probably be something really boring, but we didn't care. You know what I mean? We're getting to watch TV rather than be in the book, right? But now, like They're having to like go through all these policies now so the kids can't have access to social media because there's no escape. There's no escape. The country used to fall asleep, and you had to fall. See, the thing is, right? The supermarkets didn't used to close at 10 and 11 o'clock. They didn't. By 7 or whatever time, they were locked off. They were locked off. If you wanted to get stuff late, the off licenses, we close, I think our off license, 10:30, we used to close in the evening. Or you'd have to find a petrol station. And then obviously you got the 7-Eleven in the 80s, but that was very American influence. We're talking about 86, 87, 7-Eleven. And then things started to change. ITV started letting the programming go through until later. Like, remember, I had Night Network and Channel 4, they were a bit more risque and youth culture friendly with their TV. A bit more liberal, let's say. And yeah, and CFAX was part of that as well. Yeah, CFAX, you're right. CFAX was a part. CFAX, or it was ITV Oracle. You had CFAX and I think Oracle was ITV. Oracle was crap compared to CFAX though. BBC had a better system. They had a better system than Oracle. That's surprisingly good boxing news on in CFAX though. Hmm. Yeah, the switch off. Um, Crazy. If you look at it now, it was better than we give it credit for. There was a country the other day that put on a ban for social media for kids. And he said, that's what I said earlier. Things have changed to where we have one world. Yeah, uniform now. Yeah, uniformity. You can go to New York tonight and feel like you are just in a different city as opposed to a different country. Yeah, that's true. It's just like, man, yeah, it don't switch off. It literally like nothing switches off now, and that is dangerous. The things don't switch off. That is quite dangerous. And I think that's when my sleeping pattern started messing up. It's social media, you know. I think that's when. Obviously, I used to bun a lot of that crap when I was younger as well. I don't think that's helped me. But the internet, nah, it's yeah. Go to school, no phones, no nothing. Come out, and then you know what I mean. You go back home, you can watch some children's television. Like that was a big thing. That was a big thing. Now you introduce that concept to a kid today. That's lame. Children's television is lame, and you know how lame it is, right? They don't have it on BBC One no more. They don't have it on ITV, right? They have their own separate channels way down the dial, like CBBS or whatever it is. Nah, back in the day, it was on like 4 stations. BBC One. It would start with Play School. Um, then they might have a cartoon and Jack and Nori, then this program and that program, and then John Kramer's news round, and it was off. You know what I mean? And you had the good stuff like Grange Hill, there's other good stuff, Blue Peter. Then ITV, they'd have their stuff like Danger Mouse. Danger Mouse was a dread. Uh, Masters of the Universe, He-Man. Adrian Mole was a load of crap. And he said, in truth, had you not been on tonight, I'd be fast asleep, Beats. Roby one, needs to be a balance between old school morals and new school deals. How do you strike it though? I don't think you can strike it because like the old school can't compete with the technology, and that people want to be up on the technology, don't they? If they're not doing the technology, they feel like they're left behind. Appreciated, Anthony, for the super chat. Big yourself up. Much appreciated. You know what it is right now, yeah? Look how much boxing we had on this weekend. Look how much boxing, right? I'm going from the weekend, yeah? I should be going from the week. There was a card in Australia, yeah? There was a card in Australia. Then that was what, probably Thursday. There was probably boxing Friday if you wanted to watch it, yeah? Then Saturday you had Japan, Wolverhampton, then America. And then forget just the boxing. Then you've got the post-fight traffic. Pre-fight traffic is just like non-stop. So anything that you're into, you can indulge in it for 24/7, literally. Literally, whatever you're into. Yeah, well, that's what they're talking about now. It's hybrid humans now, like, AI, artificial intelligence. You know what I mean? Like, man's talking about wifing up artificial intelligent women and then having an artificial womb. They're gonna make Pickney and them things. It's like, what, dog? What? Is this serious? And I heard like, why? That's crazy, man. Roby one, hybrid humans. Fair enough. Let's do that then. Atlee said, I refuse to indulge into boxing social media other than your channel. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, Talk Sport is just like, they just, wow, man. Talk Sport. And I feel like I'm not really, there's a few others as well, man. I'll put Talk Sport out there, but these people, man, they're soulless, bro. Like, how are you just going to get football pundits? You've never watched Dalton. If I was to ask Stuart Pearce, name 2 Dalton Smith fights, just 2. You think you'd be able to name 2? Or even Andy Goldstein. If I was to see Andy Goldstein, name me 2 Dalton Smith fights. Who did he beat for the British title? Who did he beat in an eliminator for the WBC title? They won't be able to get it. They won't be able to get these answers. That's the truth. Roby one, he says, yeah, beats his lives are the place to be. 100%. Appreciated. I tell you what, bro. I ain't banging no hybrid chick, you know, but they're probably gonna make it so realistic that this is crazy. Oh man, cyber vagina, you know. This world is mad. The world is mad, boy. Are you serious? Mm-mm. It's crazy. That is crazy. Roby one, if they can make a robot as good as some of the dolls. Some men are invested in, like, I mean, there's some madness in them dolls, isn't it? Like, it's mad. That's crazy. And like young boys, I don't know how I'm not part of youth culture, but so I wouldn't know how isolated they are in real time for women. But do they have youth clubs like we used to have youth clubs and stuff? We have to have school discos. We had the Mayfair disco just across the road from the police station. I don't know. Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World. Mm-mm. That's crazy, man. Even like the jobs that are being lost to tech. No one really cares. What are the jobs lost to AI? AI is actively disrupting the labor market. Let me get my glasses. Indicating it's cost roughly 16,000 US jobs monthly. I thought that was yearly. Monthly, you know. Impacted administrative coding and entry level roles most heavily, while major tech companies like Microsoft and Meta cite AI to justify layoffs, creating a net drag on employment. Yeah, a lot more people working from home as well. That's crazy. Like I hear these young dudes on these red pill thing, and they're asking questions like, can you can't have a woman as a friend. I'm thinking, well, that don't make sense. It's like they're putting up such a barrier to be so hard, to be so hardened, and it's just like overkill. You can't have a woman as a man. When I was a youth, man, we used to like meet girls that like the girls in the youth club. We'd have a laugh and things. Sometimes they weren't always funny. I mean, and then when we got a bit older, we'd meet up there. Then we got Camden Palais Club. We didn't have cars then. You know what I mean, it was young and broke. You know what I mean? Get on the bus, go to Camden Palais, party, go clubbing. Um, Swiss Chalet. And there was a lot of house parties back then and warehouse parties. And we go like we just go. And then I mean, eventually you get cars and so I don't know where that started. How are you going to build up a? You can't just meet women and just talk to them if you've got no contact with them. How are you going to how are you going to relate to a woman if you're not actively talking or making jokes with them? And it's just weird. I don't know how it works. I listen to them talking. I'm just scratching my head figuring it out. Because sometimes as a young dude, it's awkward to talk to girls, yeah? It don't come as naturally to some as it does to others, right? But now they're talking, no, you can't be friends with women. Now, don't get me wrong, right? If you're one of them guys who like gossiping like one of the girls, no, that's definitely not it, right? But I just don't know how that works at all. I remember like oh man, I won't even bring up that story. I won't even bring it up. Roby, youth clubs were fun. Very bad getting rid of those. Well, you have to ask yourself, like, why do they get such a bad reputation? They've got really bad reputations. You have to ask, is that kind of like engineered? Yeah, a huge disconnect between the sexes. Huge disconnect. And then phones. Kids being isolated in their phones. It takes away a lot of eye contact away. It takes a lot of communication away. It's like I was listening to Times Radio, and it's good to listen to them. Like, switch off the internet, listen to Times Radio. And the guy, he said in no uncertain terms, a young guy as well. He said the ebook is not a book. Yeah. So let's stop. And he said it in. He said the ebook is not a book. A book is something you get. You open it and you read pages. It's a different interaction with your brain than an ebook. It's not reading. When you read, right? Oh man, I don't want to go deep into it because I like, but I guarantee you, if you was to look it up, right, some scientist or someone who knows, who studied it, would tell you, right, that the stimulation from reading is a total different stimulation from an ebook. It's not reading. It's no different than you listening to me talk right now, an ebook. We are audio book. Sorry, yeah. See, I mean, what do I know? I mean, ebook. I mean, an audio book. That's the one, Roby. That's the one. That's the one. An audio book. Yeah. It's crazy. Is it a book, no? An audio book. It's not a book. That's not a book. A book is something you go library for. A library. You get a book for, and that's another thing, right? The bloody library. When I used to go library as a kid, it was boring. You know why it's boring? Because they didn't used to have CDs. But they can call them ebook as well. They've got ebook libraries. That's why I call it that. To be honest, there is ebooks as well. There is ebooks. An electric book. So you get audio book. And he said you don't retain, or at least I don't retain information from an audio book. You can't. And it's like reading. It's different, man. It's different. It's different. See, the thing is, you don't have to learn to listen. You don't have to learn how to listen, right? But you have to learn how to read. You have to learn. You have to be taught how to read. So it can't be. You can't be called a book. It's a skill. Reading is a skill because you have to be taught the skill of reading. It's crazy. Like how do they get away with that? And you see what it is, yeah? You see what they've done? They've made industries that how much millions are audio books making? And people actually think they're reading because it's suggestion. Remember, they put book. They've called it a book, and people don't take time to break things down, right? All they're listening to, yeah, I'm going to get a book, so I'm going to read this book. No, you're going to listen to the book. You read with your eyes. Oh, you guys are banging chicks at the library? Yeah, that's all. It's all good. That's all good. It's a great place. It's a great place. You know what I mean? Madness. And then in school, I think it was probably when I started, but no, we couldn't use calculators to do maths. They're talking about you can use the calculator to do maths. And kids still getting the questions wrong using a calculator. Maths is supposed to be difficult. Although I tell you what, we had an Asian Jamaican teacher. He was a bastard. He just put me off maths. I used to, even up to now, I've got a little hang up with maths. I've got a hang up. I can't stand that teacher. I mean, he's definitely probably dead now, but ebook. Yeah, I was in the supermarket. So the black woman was on the till, yeah, and I'm going to the self-service to get, I mean, to cash out. And she said, no, 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 come on here. I said, why? I'm going to no, no, no. She wanted to flip in, probably talk or whatever, or she wanted to work. She just didn't want to stay on the till, not doing nothing. said, all right, make you happy. And that's probably, how much jobs has that lost? Because in the supermarket where I go, they added another row of self-service tills. So like there's like a big that like they had a sizable aisle before, and now there's another aisle the same size. I think there was one person on the till. Before it was 3 or 4. Yeah, it's good, all good, man. I've never bagged a chick from the library though. Never. I don't know, like you must be bagging them David Hay chicks, you guys. You know what I mean? Them ones with the personalities, but not much of the. Good. I'm joking. Yeah, it's all good, man. Hey, people, I'm gonna go sleep, man. I'm gonna contemplate go see this Michael Jackson film. Robbie said, "No, I was young. It was just making out." Hey, that's all good, man. It's all good. I'm sure there was some fit girl. There must be some. I mean, fit girls. You know what I'm saying? Fit girls read too, innit? So, but yeah, before when you used to go library, it was just to get books. Now you can get DVDs, CDs. You know what I'm saying? That's good. They're trying to modernize it, and it's good because I guess it will get young people to actually come in the place. But they're modernizing the library. Mohammed said we had a good run. More of these long streams. I have a lot on my chest. And now they've even got the computers up there, and you hear people like talking. Like libraries were quiet places. They're still relatively quiet, but they're not as quiet as they used to be. No one's picking up the books. When I go in there, nobody's touching the books. Literally no one. Most people are going in there to use the PCs. All right, people. I'm gonna step off. Step off. I'm doing the hump.